A man standing on the verge of history for his country and an entire continent, bidding to become China's first world champion after an extraordinary run to a maiden final. He's the youngest player from any nation to make it this far for 14 years. What a stage, what an opportunity, and what a talent he is. He's the Cyclone, Junxu Tong. To a truly remarkable man who today becomes the oldest player in history to make a World Championship final. Though he modestly protests otherwise, he is without doubt one of our all-time greats, an icon of Welsh sport, revered around the world, bidding for a fourth world crown 26 years after his first. The irreplaceable, irrepressible Mark J. Williams.
Everyone, I don't know if you can hear me, the reception here in the Crucible Theatre for these two players, a wonderful standing ovation. All the photographers are there, the trophies there, the two players are there, and that's the little lady that they're playing to win. And the referee doing her first ever final. There's Slava Bosalova. She will be a little bit nervous, but what a wonderful referee. We're all set.
Yeah. Thank you. The first frame. Zhao Xintong to break.
It was Zhao Xintong who won the toss, and he's going to get this opening frame underway. What an atmosphere, Stephen. Makes the hairs stand on the back of your neck.
Yeah, it's incredible. I'm always a little bit tinged with jealousy, my feelings, when I'm in the box and not on the table, because for these two players to savour this atmosphere and get to play a four-session final in it is, well, that's incredible.
Oh, nearly knocked the long one in, but he's not going to get away with it. He's going to leave it. So an early chance for Zhao Xintong. Mark will go for his shots, as he has been throughout this year's championship. He has been awesome, especially against John Higgins and then Judd Trump. But what a test for this Chinese player.
Yeah, he's been absolutely scintillating through this whole championship, Zhao Xintong, in terms of winning frames in one visit. His scoring power has been absolutely out of this world, and it's what's brought him to this final. It just seems whenever he's got in, he's won the frame. Misses very, very little in terms of easy shots. Pretty much pots everything he's supposed to pot, which in itself is the secret and what makes you so dangerous.
6.
And straight away a chance to maybe develop a few more reds. He's got that one next to the cue ball. Well, he's just delicately nudging one, but it's left the one at the back of the pack available also. There's so much pressure on this young player. I think this match will be going out in China, and Stephen, I know
14.
You spend a lot of time there. The viewing figures will be astronomical.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, all the Chinese hope was for Ding Junxu to be world champion. Now, it'll be all resting on this young man's shoulders, but he seems to cope with everything.
21.
has coped with everything that's been thrown at him so far in this championship.
22.
If he wins this championship, he will become an absolute megastar in China. I mean, straight away, Dennis, he looks so composed. It's like almost like a practice session.
Yeah, and having the day off
29.
probably helped him. Hazel alluded to how many matches he's played to get here and how many frames.
30.
And that's perfect. There's still one red to the left in the back of the bunch that's available. He can get nicely on that. But he's such a natural player, Stephen. He just falls into position. Just sheer natural ability.
35.
Yeah, he is a special player.
36.
I was in the practice room watching both players beforehand. It's quite interesting. Zhao Xingtong was practicing quite a lot of safety. This kind of stuff will take care of itself in amongst the black, the scoring end of the table. But it's as if he's thinks that there will be times in the match where he's going to have to compete in the tactical exchanges with Mark.
43.
I think he's on this red to right corner. Although he's corner to look at alternatives. But it's whether they can get any position from it. He made that tricky shot. That's the thing, whenever he gets the shot that you think is quite tricky, there's no panic. You can't see any, like, walking on the table, looking at all the angles. He just gets down and plays it.
Oh, he's come up short. He's made a mess of the positional side of it. No reason to be short there. He
51.
was going so well. That could be the end of break there. Another little bit of pace on that, and he had a choice of reds. So he's not going to clinch the frame with one visit unless he can get past the red to take the red up to the corner past the yellow. I don't think he can see enough of it. And even though he's 51 points in front, the way the table's situated, he's going to have to be careful. There's nothing safe on a cushion as a bit of insurance. See, if he just plays down the table, he's got to hide that one for the right pocket. That's not a bad place to leave the cue ball.
51.
Well, it's a good safety shot. That was a bonus going in behind the brown. He was playing to get the white tight on the cushion, but there's one red gone safe. But look at the rest of the table. But that one red is a bit of insurance for Zhao Xingtong.
Well, this is an interesting shot choice. Mark turned down very little against Judd Trump. Yeah, choice of reds there. Okay, the roll. You could say fraught with danger, but that wasn't his attitude against Judd.
He's such a wonderful tactical player, and he's put Zhao Xingtong in all sorts of trouble here. In fact, at first glance, I can't see a safety shot for him without the risk of cannoning into other reds. Can't leave the white up this end of the table because the one to the right of the black's on. So he's got to solve quite a problem here. Well, somehow he's managed to find the gap, and that was pretty good under the circumstances. There is a shot off that red that's gone near the middle pocket. You could just play off the bump of the middle and get it back up behind the yellow, green and brown. He's looking for an alternate, but it's not a bad choice. He's back looking at this. Well, he's gone the other way, which... Oh, he's fluked it. He's fluked the red.
One.
Well, he's not on a colour, but what a fluke that was.
Rambo. Zhao Shentong. One.
Can he land on the red? Two from the black, the right hand one. He's going to come off 1, 2, 3, possibly 4 cushions. 1, 2, oh.
Foul.
Well, that's what he was attempting.
Zhao Shentong. 4.
Might have to go back here.
Leo, can we have a look, please? Did the green move? I'm not sure if the yellow hit the green when it moved. Is the green all right?
Green's fine.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Shintong.
That's where he's going. I've probably got the first line a bit wrong, but that's what he's hoping to head towards. And he's hit the yellow again.
Foul. Namas. Zhao Shentong. 4.
Now, there is a possible pot here, but he's having a look at it, but he's putting it back again. So that first cushion, you wouldn't think he'd hit the yellow. He's got to be pretty precise. I think it's a good escape route, but he's changing his mind by the looks of things.
Shintong.
Is he going to get there with this shot? It's a great effort. Is he going to slide past it? Very unlucky.
Foul. Namas. Zhao Shentong. 4.
But now he knows he can go that way as long as he gets enough swerve on it.
Shintong.
That's better. got a couple of reds near the cushions now, which adds to the insurance. If he did get a chance, he'd knock a red onto the black and try and knock it safe, but can't quite do that the way they're sitting. But no problem getting back to the safety area. Doesn't want to push one over the right corner, though. Excellent.
Yes, another thing he does very well. Zhao Xintong is play from distance with side on the cue ball. Judges it perfectly. It's not an easy thing to do in the safety department as well as the pots. But that's another mistake from Mark. And this one should cost him the first frame.
One.
Well, you said that you were in the practice room watching Zhao Xintong practicing a few safety shots. It's come in handy for him there, Stephen, because he played a few really good ones against Mark. Just the straightforward red
7.
to clinch the opening frame.
Yeah, I don't think Mark certainly doesn't bother about much when it comes to matches. He just plays his game, but he'll have seen or known about how quick a start Zhao Xintong got in the match against Ronnie O'Sullivan. Yes, it'll be interesting to see Mark's game plan, because I say there was an instance in that frame where he had a choice of a couple of pots that he had been taken on. He'll be taking this one on to left corner. Made a little bit easier this red if it's absolutely tight in the cushion. That's what he's looking at. That makes the pot slightly easier. He'll be playing for the black. The only problem is if you miss it, very likely to leave it. Yeah, very nice. Automatic position in the black, so long as you potted the red. Now we've seen Zhao Xintong look comfortable down this end, the business end of the table, scoring. You would expect Mark Williams to be very comfortable as well, especially coming off the back of that performance yesterday. He was absolutely awesome. Scored very heavily whenever he was in. Important to show his opponent here that he will score heavily as well.
8.
Just in the semi-final, Zhao Xintong was not punished by Ronnie. Important mark shows that he is going to be punished here.
Well, nobody's seen that one coming.
Mark Williams, 8.
Seemed to put a little bit of a quick one in, which is very unlike Mark. He wasn't smooth through that as he normally is. But the two reds are a plant that I mentioned. We could see them, and it seemed to be, he won't take it now, but there's two reds above the black that I think are in line. Oh.
Yeah, Mark would have liked to see that red missed by Zhao Xintong.
He's looking at the plant as well, but he's got options with the angle he's left himself on the blue. He's got a choice. He can play for the red behind the black. But he knows that the plant will be there if he needs it. He's played for this one, which, as long as he's not dead straight, and he's not.
6. Seven.
Well, if the plant's on, he might just cannon the red to the right of the two just to get it out of the way. I mean, he can play the cannon into the two reds, but yeah, that's guaranteed to leave a couple of reds. There's 2 more reds available, and then he's going to have to go into them.
15.
Had a chance to go into the bunch there with a 1 loose red. Chose to
20.
play for that red. Needs an angle now, though, to keep this break going. Unless he can bring a couple of reds out here with this shot. Well,
23.
1 red possibly goes to left middle, but he's got a nice angle in the black. Screw into the bunch. Yeah, the difference, you'll see the difference as the match progresses between the 2 players when they go to split the reds.
30.
Mark doesn't get as much action on the cue ball as his opponent. Didn't really create anything here in terms of cue ball speed. So it's end of break.
Mark Williams.
The feature
30.
of Zhao Xintong's play throughout this whole championship has been his opening of the reds. It's been absolutely exemplary. As Mark goes to the wrong seat.
But listen, there might be another plant, you know. He's playing a safety shot, but there's 2 potential reds that may plant into the right corner, but he'd be playing the safety shot. No, wasn't quite on, but a good cue ball though.
Thank you.
Well, you can't beat a little bit of good run of the ball. This would be an easy safety shot, but for where the cue ball landed in front of the brown. But that's excellent. Very, very good.
It's a possibility what he's looking at, because he can't just play off the pack. He'd leave this red that's near the left corner. He might not go far from potting this off the cushion. Well, he's left a tricky one along the cushion. This is a tester. Might be one or two available into the right middle pocket. The one next to the pink would cut in. Is there a plant? Look at this. There is.
One.
And what a great chance now. Just could have done with screwing back. Another foot there.
4. Five.
It's now a very good chance.
Twelve. $13.
Yeah, if you're going on his form through the championship, you'd say this frame is virtually over. The position of the balls, but the second frame of the final, the World Championship, still be
20.
maybe won't be 100% relaxed into it. He does look like he is. Still 18 points behind, but he is strong favourite to win this second frame.
21.
He's
28.
not landed perfectly on any of these two reds, the one to right corner or the one to right middle. Shouldn't be a problem.
29.
Now, will he go into those three reds just above the black or play for the red to the same pocket? He's got a choice of two, actually. I only say would he go into three reds because he's not hesitated in doing so when he's been in,
36.
bringing all the reds into play into the open.
$37.
He's going to need to go into them, though, because I don't think any of the three pot anywhere. And he's a little bit higher on this black, a more acute angle than maybe would have liked. But those high blacks, he's very comfortable leaving himself with those. They can always be missable.
44.
This is the shot, then, if he's going to win the frame at this visit. Can he get a nice angle on the next colour?
45.
That looks perfect. See, I'm not sure if that red goes to the same pocket as you're going to put the pink into the top red. No, it doesn't. So, I judge this cannon.
And he judged that to perfection, the pace he played it at. He had to get a little bit of
51.
pace on that, otherwise he could have stuck on a red. But
52.
wow, what a chance. And that's a bit careless. Left it awkward for
59.
himself. Okay, it doesn't have much to do with the cue ball, but he shouldn't have been bridging over the pink. Just 21 points in front. This should have been a formality. He'll be relieved that he's got that red out of the way. Well, he just looks in awesome form, doesn't he?
67. 68.
Yeah, Mark's had a couple of chances
73.
in this frame.
75.
He won't be worried or panicking at all, Mark Williams. He was 7-3 behind on Judd Trump
78.
in the semi-final. Got back into it and then basically dominated it, so he's too experienced. But it doesn't matter who you are. You want to get a frame on the board
82.
just to feel involved in the final.
'87. '93.
So it's Zhao Xintong who makes the first century of the final. He takes a 2-0 lead.
Not a bad break-off shot. Mark might be able to take the red. It's just to the right of the bunch. Play a safety shot, but sometimes we've seen him cut a shot like this into the corner pocket. Oh, he's hit it far too thin. Not the best. He's going to leave this red if it keeps on running. So he hasn't settled yet, Mark Williams, but it must have taken a lot out of him. The last two matches, John Higgins, on the deciding frame. Well, he hasn't left the red, but, you know, Judd Trump. But once he gets that first frame on the board, then he can settle down.
Yeah, it's such a strange thing in these multi-session matches. You wouldn't mind being like 7-2, 8-2 behind. You would obviously you won't like it, but you wouldn't mind it because you've got frames on the board. But if you go 3-0, 4-0, it's horrible. When you're seeing that 0 next to your name on the scoreboard, it really puts pressure on you. You can start to try it too hard.
There's the century breaks in the tournament from both players. Not sure if he can pass the red to pot the one near the pocket. He's come around to see if the black's available. If it's not, there's no value in taking the red on. He would just get 1 point and then play a safety shot. He's going to be unlucky, you know. Very unlucky, but what a shot he's played there. The pink and black were tied up. He can see the yellow, and we know what he's like at attacking.
Yellow go.
But once again,
3.
with the pink and black tied up, how do you get to the blue from there? If you screw back, possibility, but what a piece of cueing he would need. And this one is slightly more difficult, but he can get to the blue from this. Oh dear, he miscued. Can you believe that? You don't see that very often. Wow.
One.
He's not quite in stroke yet, Mark Williams. He's left this the wrong side of the blue. There you can see the angle he's left with, so he's just running slightly away from the reds. And he's got to get back to the blue from this difficult red into the left corner.
Seven.
Such a good pot, because when you put the extension onto the end of your cue, the cue feels completely different. That's why he didn't get position. Not the most exciting shot we'll see in this World Final.
Seven.
Well, he's going to try a difficult safety shot with the spider. He could come off the side cushion and just nestle in the reds next to the pink, but when you're using the spider, it makes it much more difficult. It's always difficult when you're using the spiders to get the correct pace. You need to hit it harder because you're striking down on it.
Well, it may not have been the most exciting shot we'll see in these next 2 days, but let's create an opening for Mark Williams. We do see how clever he is in some of his shot selections. And although that looked like a nothing shot rolling up to the blue, it's got him a chance.
Now, is he going to take the green on and play to get round onto the reds or the yellow? Either of those colours. But they're both very, very difficult. And stretching like that doesn't help. Well, he's back looking at the yellow. Back to the green.
Yeah, when you stretch like that, it's similar with the last shot he played. You can pot the ball okay, but you can't get the desired power.
Four.
And consequently, you don't get the position right. The last shot he landed short for the blue. This time he's landed short for the red.
Well, what a shot he's taking on here. This is really attacking the table. Oh.
Five.
That's a marvellous shot with the rest there, you know. Bit unlucky not to drop nicer on the colour.
Ah, this is a big shot. A slight grimace there. He wants to play the brown into the middle, but it's a lot tougher shot 2-0 behind than 2-0 in front in the final of the World Championship. Very easy just to tuck Zhao Xintong up behind a colour. But this is the right shot. Very missable. I'm not sure he was totally convinced he wanted to take that pot on.
Five.
Being 2-0 down.
The only good thing from Mark's point of view is the black's still tied up, the blues are way up the other end of the table, the pink's available. And when he gets the pink back on its spot, that will help. But you wouldn't call it a great chance just yet. You can't just hammer them into these middle pockets. And that was just maybe a little bit careless. You should have given that a little bit more thought.
Yeah, if you don't hit the middle of the pocket, they don't go in at that speed.
One.
So, unexpectedly quick return to the table from Mark. Again, he's not played the best shot. He had a lot of room in the table to get that cue ball into an area, to give him a choice of yellow, blue, green or brown, or even pink to get back down for a red. He's not landed well in any of them. Be a good shot to get nicely in the next red. I mean, ideally, yellow maybe stun off the baulk cushion, right cushion, actually get the cue ball into the reds, some sort of cannon. You could play topspin off one cushion as well. He's played the first shot, I said, just trying to get some sort of cannon to land on something. And what's the chances he missed every single red?
3.
Not sure if that black goes past the red. Yeah, it does, but he's not on the red nicely to hold for the black, but well, this will be some shot. Is he going to try and cannon the other red when potting this, or just a delicate little screw shot? Well, that is some shot. And this helps. The black is on the pink spot now, so this is
11.
a very good chance.
$12.
Yeah, and sometimes it takes a great shot like that red along the cushion, just to get you, just to give you that confidence, settle you down. Reds are still kind of covering each other.
$19. $20.
Just lost the cue ball a little bit there. The right hand red goes, and the one to the left of it goes, but he should have been nicer on the black. Well, luckily for him, he hasn't got position. But yeah, the shot before, he should never have been
20.
using the rest. He knows that.
It's been a very scrappy start to this final, though, from Mark Williams.
Very good. Got to be very precise with this. If he comes off a couple of cushions, whichever he decides to land on. That's nearer the black than the red. Is it going to reach? Is it going to reach? Not quite.
Foul. No más. Zhao Xingtong, 8.
Zhao Xingtong's got the red to the yellow pocket here, and it's the only red he can leave. He'll be on the black. And the fact he's not down playing it already, well, he's chalking his cue, which tells me he is going to play it. It is the shot. No, a long way away. So after a good start to this final, there's a couple of shots that Zhao Xingtong has missed. That's certainly not the way he's been playing.
Yeah, as you mentioned, Stephen, he's missed a couple of chances here, and that pink into the middle pocket. You know, this was pretty comfortable for him. I know he had to get a bit of action on the cue ball, but little shots like that can, you know, make a vast difference even in a 4-session final. Just about see enough of it.
I'm not sure whether because Mark has started this final quite sluggishly and missed a few pots and the games have gone scrappy, maybe that's influencing Zhao Xingtong a little bit. It's kind of knocked him out of his rhythm as well, the way the last frame has gone. Mark will not care how he gets that first frame in the board,
Mark Williams, 1.
just as long as he does it.
Pretty good at snicking these in, is Mark Williams. Overcut it this time, and he's left it there, but if it's dead straight, it's going to need a bit of power, and it is dead straight. If he could screw it back a little bit, the black's there, but yeah, this will be a test of your cue action. The full length of the table to try and get a little bit of screw on the shot. Got plenty of cue power though, but let's see what happens here. How much action did he get on this? Never touched the cushion. Do you know, I don't think he's come far enough. I think he's made a mess of the position, and he had a great chance to look at that.
8.
He had a lot of margin for error there. Just a couple of little careless shots. He'll have to bend this, I think. Can he see enough of it? It's tight, and if he bends it, he's not on the black. Right, what does he think now? Can he see enough of it to get a bit of action on this? That's the best he could do. Couldn't do much there. Bring the green back into play, get in behind the yellow and blue. just decided to. I'm sure he could have got over behind the
Zhao
yellow and
Xintong,
blue,
9.
but he might find himself over there after this shot.
Yeah, even I know that's a bad safety shot, Dennis, that Zhao Xintong played there. He deserves all he gets here, I'm afraid, because that last shot was very poor. This is now a frame that Mark Williams would just be horrified to lose, because he's seen his opponent have a lot of bad shots. So if you sort of let your opponent away with that, it doesn't make you feel good at all.
I think he's got a bit of angle on the black he has there. He could move the red, you know. Decided to just, well, I don't know if he's played for a double or not. But he's only 24 in front. He knows if he gets the double and gets on the black, his first frame will be on the board. Well, how close was that?
Mark Williams, 8.
And the risky thing about playing a double, as we always say, is if you miss it, you have no idea where the object ball's going to end up. Zhao Xintong's got a pot on here to right middle. Not easy. But it's right in the middle. And as I said before, Mark Williams would be horrified if he loses this frame. Because you expect Zhao Xintong to win loads of frames with big breaks, but Mark would fancy himself winning the vast majority
6.
of any tactical or scrappy frames.
Now, where's this cue ball going to finish up?
8.
Just about okay. Would have been a bit anxious. Another roll and it would have been in behind the blue, but we got a little foreign object flying around again, which is not very good timing. Now, can he get his concentration back? Because this needs a good shot to get back to the brown. No, he was distracted there.
Zhao Xintong, 8.
Green and brown needed for Mark to win his first frame.
As I said, when you're desperate that, maybe you just have an extra split second down on the shot.
Oh, have a look at this shot. Have a look at this shot here. chance for Mark to maybe get in behind the pink now, just send the green over onto the left side cushion and try and nestle tight in behind the pink. Just a little bit pacey, but can he get past the brown? Must be tight. Oh, he's having to bend it somewhat. This could go wrong. He'll settle for that, yeah. Pretty good. I know it's early days in this final, best of 35, but what an important frame this is. Don't think the middle pocket's in the way. He can get out of this. That's pretty good. Up and down with the green and in behind the pink again. Not quite, but he's got a good green.
Yeah, that little nudge in the pink as well. If Zhao Xintong got a chance, it's not quite as easy to get from pink to black. Good safety shot.
Cushion first, might get the snooker behind the brown. Where's the green? It's safe. That's where it is.
The green is cuttable to right middle, but it's the cue ball that Mark's thinking about in terms of getting on the brown. Does he use the blue as a stopper? Yeah, that's what he tried.
3.
Dear. I was just thinking, Dennis, I bet Zhao Xintong has not had plays many frames in this championship, approaching half an hour, I don't think.
Mark Williams, 3.
But if he could win it against the master tactician, it would be a big feather in his cap. And he'll take this on. He won't cannon the black if he pots it. What a shot. What a shot that is. Maybe a little bit pacey.
4.
Oh, just about 6 inches too far. It'll still cut though.
Yeah, and that little shot that Mark played before, just flicked the blink to the right cushion. It's made all the difference. Because if that pink was in the open, it takes all pressure off this pot. Because you could just make sure the pot is guaranteed to be on the pink. This is anything but easy to get nicely on the pink.
What a shot he's played here.
9.
Doesn't want to be straight. Straight is no good. That's why he's laughing.
He doesn't want to try and do too much with this. Make sure of the pink and then black ball fight out. If he tries to screw this way up the tail, he can't really get on the black, so just make sure of the pink and then play a good safety.
Unless he wants to play for the double.
Wow.
What a shot.
15.
Cue ball on an elastic band there.
That was incredible cue power.
Junxu, 15.
What a little clearance that would have been.
It's the second ball he's missed. Similar pot, thick to that pocket.
Where's the black going? It's a thin snick.
And if you miss it, you stick it up, don't you? He's got to pot it.
And the white will be going towards the corner pocket. It's there, and the white's not in the corner pocket. Well, what can you say? Zhao Tong outplaying the master tactician, and he's took the frame on the black, and he now leads 3-0.
Yeah, Mark would much rather Zhao Tong had won that frame with a century break, and he never had a chance, than the way it transpired. But for Mark, he's got a chance straight away to try and erase the memory. He would feel so much better the mid-session interval with a frame on the board. Completely, well, I almost said then it'd be a completely different atmosphere in the dressing room, but it's always the same atmosphere in Mark Williams' dressing room.
1.
Big frame in the start of this World Championship. That red is hampering the black spot.
Eight. 9.
If you're thinking 2 or 3 shots ahead, you pot this blue, pot the red to the right of the pink, to pot the pink, and hopefully the pink doesn't go in its own spot. It goes between the pack of reds and the black, and that leaves a big target to go into them from the blue. That's the sort of thing the player's thinking about when they're at the table. Maybe not
14.
straight enough to play for the pink into left middle here. Oh, that was a horrible, horrible
15.
piece of cueing. Got nothing into the cue ball there whatsoever.
Mark Williams, 15.
The second least exciting shot we'll see in this final.
He's playing the same shot again as Zhao Tong. Thin safely with the spider. And once again, he hasn't hit it hard enough. You need to give it a bit more when you're using the spider. Might just have to call on his tactical prowess here, Mark Williams. just to get that one frame on the board and settle down. And he knows in the tactical department he can outplay his opponent. But this player's no slouch either when it comes to the tactical game, as that shows you. He'll probably try and free the black here with a little thin one. He's got an easy safety down the right side, but no, he's not going to play to free the black. A little bit of cat and mouse now with the pink and black tied up. There's the wonderful Crucible Theatre. Always a chance of that shot coming off, but he had a good cue ball. It's even better now.
Mark Williams, 1.
If he goes across the right side of the table as we look at it, he could easily leave one on. So this will have to be very precise. Has he left that one? Is there enough room? Maybe not. Another fraction in the red at the back and to the right would go, but it isn't available. Be interesting here. He might take this on. He can get back up towards the blue, but requires first class cueing this one. No. That's sort of opened the black up somewhat, and there may be a red available, but those shots that Mark tried there, he's so good at, but when you're 3-0 down, they're slightly more difficult.
One.
A raise of the hand by Junxu Tong. Didn't play to be on this pink. Certainly not like this. Certainly not the way he got there. But that red that Mark missed, I mean, he just potted them all day yesterday against Judd Trump. It just shows you it doesn't matter who you are, how experienced you are. You just want to get a frame next to your name on the scoreboard. Once he does, those shots will be going in. There's no doubt about it, in my mind. But it's almost like the longer the match is, the more quickly you want a frame on the board.
Seven. Eight.
A little bit surprised he didn't go
30.
into the three reds above the pink there, just to try and bring the pink into the open. Maybe he thought the pink would just come down in amongst the other reds, would still be tied up.
40.
Three reds below the pink. I'm not sure if all three of them go to left corner. Certainly one of them goes.
$19.
Yeah, you can see he had a choice of all three. So maybe want to play at least two of these with blues, just to clear the area for when he goes into those three reds next to the pink. You won't need to go into those three with pace, just to kind of separate them. That's a bad shot.
20.
That's a very, very bad shot from Zhao Xingtong. No excuse there for being short on the blue. If anything, you play it too hard, you're on a bulk colour.
Well, a chance to see the cue power of this player again. He's looked at the blue, he's back looking at the brown. That's the easier one for position, but the tougher pot. The tougher pot, and just a little lapse in
20.
concentration with his position there.
Very, very fortunate where the browns ended up. But yeah, just going off the boil a little bit, Zhao Xingtong, going 2-0 up. I don't know whether it's the way Mark's playing. Sometimes when you see your opponent struggling, it just puts a little bit more pressure on you to stay on top. You think, I've got to capitalise here. Well, that's finished so awkwardly that Mark can't even go for the pot. So, huge slice of fortune for Zhao Xingtong there.
Got to be a little bit careful with the safety. The brown's in the way of coming down that left side of the table, so he's got to make sure he avoids that. Oh, and he's flipped the red.
1.
And if he can, well, it's a delicate little one to land on the green here, but what a fluke that was. Is he going to go for the pot? You never know with this player. He's taking it on.
Josh, down. 1.
Mid-session interval coming up, and he's had his chances, Stephen. He's just gone off the boil a little bit.
Yes, seems a strange thing
1.
to say, but I think both players need Mark Williams to win a frame here, because it'll just, I think it'll just settle the final down. I think Zhao Xingtong's just, it's almost like you don't know how to react at the moment. And you see Mark Williams play another shocker.
8.
Yeah, you got to keep it as easy as possible for yourself. You don't want to be leaving tricky pots all the time. Is the blue going to come to his rescue?
Mark Williams, 8.
It might have, and that is a bit of good fortune there, which maybe Mark Williams needs to get that first frame on the board, because there's a bit of pressure on this one into the right corner. And as we say, he's just gone off the boil slightly. Well, that'll make him feel a lot better.
1.
He's just such a wonderful long potter, this fella.
Yeah, if we look at tournament long pot success, Zhao Xintong 59, Mark Williams is actually
6.
well up at 64. Almost 2 out of every 3 long pots he's gone for, he's got. Which is a stat that you might not have thought
7.
about at the start of this match, only because the way Zhao Xintong has been playing. Just looking at Mark in his seat,
Black
kind of talking to himself, shaking his head. He's really disappointed. He will be in the start to this match, but he's going to get another chance because Zhao Xintong has gone right off the boil.
Do you know the red he knocked in to get on the pink and black? He didn't play it. He needed a little trace aside, and he would have been perfect on the pink and black, and he didn't play it very well. So he let a few chances slip away here.
1.
Yeah, it's like it's been infectious, isn't it? The way Mark started has got to Zhao Xintong. And that's why I said maybe it'll be a better match when for both players when Mark gets the frame on the board, come back out after the interval, and it'll be normal service resumed, you would hope.
7. Eight.
He could do with a black with this red. If he takes the pink again, he's going to need the awkward brown. I'm sure he'll already have worked that out.
$50.
Well, he could have even played to take the brown out there, but I think that was kind of a scoreboard shot. He's not got a frame on the board, so doubly making sure to try and win the frame without needing that brown.
That got a big bounce off that baulk cushion. He threw his hand up there, Mark. He couldn't
22.
believe the pace that came off. The green to put him 23 in front with 22 remaining. Not quite safe yet in this frame. One snooker needed.
Yeah, that was why I thought that
Mark
red
Williams,
may
27.
have taken the chance of taking the brown out. He would have been guaranteed on the black. Because we know that even though his opponent needs a snooker, he's going to come back to the table. But to say, maybe the scoreboard dictated the shot he played.
Look at this shot here.
I really wish he played to take the brown out now.
chance to get in behind the black again here. It's another pretty good effort. This time he might have found the gap. Yeah, he can just bend this around the pink. He had a few chances to go to the mid-session interval, winning all 4 frames. He's still got a glimmer of hope here, but can he get a telling snooker? That's a snooker, but it's so easy to hit.
Yeah, this time Mark will try and get some separation between cue ball and object ball.
Where's that cue ball? Where's the cue ball going? Oh, dear. Just thinking, Stephen, if the white goes in the pocket, look where the brown is, it would have been a free ball.
Does he risk playing this dead weight? Nudge the brown in front of the pink? He is. Almost.
Mark Williams, 4.
Jocelyn Tong coming back to the table. Certainly making Mark Williams suffer a little bit in order to get that first frame on the board. Tall order against one of the, well, cleverest, or no one, I would say no one knows their way around a snooker table better than this man. And that definitely is the frame. Well, I'm sure Mark Williams will win many frames playing better than that. That was very scrappy, but he has got his first frame on the board. And at the mid-session interval, Jocelyn Tong leads 3-1.
That was a lovely little piece about our referee here in the final. Been a wonderful referee for many years now. Now, can the interval turn things around? Can the Welsh potting machine get off to a good start here? Bit unlucky.
1.
Good pot though. That's the main thing.
Yeah, because he didn't pot the red, as you can see here in the middle of the pocket, the cue ball didn't take its natural path, which would have been through the gap.
Colour, please. Yellow. Yellow ball, thank you. Black.
Behave yourself, Mark.
Mark Williams, 1.
That's typical Mark Williams in the heat of the moment. He was asked to nominate, he said yellow. He was always going to play the black. Now we can try and get the white up behind the yellow. Got to move this one away because it's potable, but He can get a good cue ball here. Well, he's gone between brown and green, which, yeah, not bad. I think Zhao Xintong can just catch that red next to the blue and avoid canning into the black.
Foul. Thomas. Zhao Shentong, 4.
I'm not sure about that choice of shot. I suppose if he doubled it, he had a chance of the black up into the corner, but now we could have an awkward frame with 2 reds now up past the blue. Looking at a potential 3-ball plant up into the corner. It's not on though. Believe it or not, Mark in his match against Hussein Vafai, there were 7 re-racks in that match. This has got a potential re-rack written all over it, but neither player has looked at each other.
Chance here for Zhao Xintong. The red that's just past the black to flick off that and get the cue ball on the baulk cushion behind the green.
3-ball plant again. 3-ball plant.
Well spotted, Denzel.
No use to him now. He couldn't get onto the black. He'd looked at it before though.
No, now he can play the shot. I was saying before, cue ball on the baulk cushion somewhere behind the green. Block out those 2 reds by the blue. Doesn't seem to like it. I think he doesn't like it because he knows he's, well, I think he thought I'm putting the black safe, but I mean, you sacrifice the black for getting a good cue ball there. That was a very careless shot.
Yeah, I can't believe he didn't just play the shot that you suggested, Stephen, and he could pay for it if this red goes in. Just lacking probably a little bit of experience with that last shot. Should never have left Mark Williams that potential red.
Yeah, just to say, just thought to himself, oh, if I play this shot, I'm just tying the black up completely, which is obviously his strength is scoring. But that wasn't the time. That wasn't the time to think about that. So you had to sacrifice the black for a good safety shot there. And how many points is it going to cost him?
6.
Because now that Mark Williams has got the frame on the board, he'll be feeling a lot more relaxed.
Seven. Thirteen. Fourteen.
Should be able to just nudge that
19.
red away next to the one he's potting, leave himself on the black.
Funny
angle on the black now. May have to play into the reds from this black. Just through the gap, as he looks at it from the right-hand side, the gap between the pink and the red, into the reds, and this shot should open up the frame for Mark Williams. Well, he got the gap perfectly, but he's been a bit unlucky, you have to say.
27.
Yeah, very unlucky. I mean, he can cut the red in, but he's hampered. In fact, I don't think he can even reach over. He'd need the spider, so couldn't have finished in a worse position. And if he heads up the table, he's going to have to cover that one that's near the pocket. So having a good look around the table here. Well, he's going to go for the possible double here, but get him behind the black as well.
Mark Williams, 27.
Wasn't as risky as it looked there. If he gets the double, he's on the black. And he knew he wasn't going to leave anything easy for his opponent. Just got to tighten up on his safety here, Zhao Xingdong. And he almost made a mess of it there. He's been rather fortunate to get the white there. Once he cannoned that red, hit the right middle pocket, it could have gone wrong. All of a sudden, the safest place on the table is over that side cushion where the white is, because everything's covered if he runs away up the table, he's going to have to use the green and blue to leave that red safe near the corner pocket. Well, unless you want to play a plant, but he did get a good cue ball. Now he's looking, as we show you the plant again, he's looking at the brown. Boy, is there pressure on this shot. What a shot that is. Not only rolled it in, Stephen, stunned it in.
Yeah, but I think that makes the pot easier. I think if you're rolling that in, it's a more difficult pot. You could afford to stun it and still be on this red.
6.
There's still a very nice pot to the left middle pocket. And this would hurt Mark Williams to lose this frame. Really nice strike on the black ball there. Good one.
14.
It's not got the best angle on the black. I don't know if the red maybe goes to right middle. The line of 4 above the black, the left-hand side one. Does it go past the pink? He's looking now.
Well, it clearly goes, as you can see there.
He's missed a couple to this pocket.
21.
Pink earlier on, a black. The frame before the interval. Not that one though, right in the middle.
22.
And this is a key shot coming up. Could open the whole game up here. I don't know if he can get through to the one next to the pink. If not, he's going to have to pull a terrific long pot.
29.
That one will go past the blue and yellow up into that left corner, but that is far from easy. So the split didn't work, as you can see. Can't get to that one to the left of the pink. Now this will take some potting. He does pot some balls, this fella.
Yeah, that red was full commitment because he was leaving a red on for Mark Williams. Should have missed that.
37.
Trusted his potting. Black wasn't a bad shot either.
$38.
He's wrong side of the blue. Maybe off the right angle to play topspin. 3 cushions in and out of bulk. And the red that's above the black to the left corner pocket.
He's playing that shot. Here comes the cue ball. It's not a bad effort.
$43. 44. $51. 52.
Well, it was important to get right side of the blue, but he's gone a little bit too far. Can he drop this dead weight for frame ball? No, he's raising the butt of the cue, so off the cushion. This can go wrong. He's overhit it slightly. Frame ball is not as easy as it should have been.
57.
It's amazing, the frame ball, but look at the cue ball. He's going to get second best here.
57.
A terrific 57 break, but he should have clinched it. Oh, well, he's
Foul. Washington, 6.
more or less clinched it now, you would say, Mark having hit the pink. So just a couple of snookers needed, so pink is totally out of commission for snookers.
One. Eight. Mark Williams, 8.
I think there's a gap between green and brown here. Well, how did the white go in the middle pocket?
Washington,
You
4.
could try and shoot the white into the middle pocket with your cue from that angle and you wouldn't get it in the pocket. Amazing.
Well, I don't know whether this is a slight game plan from Mark Williams to keep playing on, needing 3 snookers. Oh, what a shot.
Foul.
You see, that's a wee
Williams,
bit
4.
careless there. That should have been a straightforward escape. I know he might think he's won the frame, 3 snookers, but, you know, I've seen frames won before. Player needing 3 snookers.
Yeah, he got down and played that very quickly, didn't he? It's another decent shot, and to say the obvious, he doesn't want to hit the black.
Yeah, he's looking at the scoreboard. If he hits the black, Mark can win. It's virtually the 7-point penalty is like 2 snookers.
Yeah, he put a bit more thought into that one. The first snooker, he basically just got down and hit it. Didn't think he could miss it. Didn't give enough care and attention, but that one he did.
Two.
Yeah, if he pots the brown,
5.
he'll only need 1 snooker to tie. And he might even decide to pot the blue as well with the pink on the cushion. Then he could win with 1 snooker.
Nine.
Now that tells me he's going to try and get the snooker behind the black here. Just come up a bit short.
Mark Williams, 9.
So difficult to judge it, to get in behind the black. You'd want the black a bit nearer the cushion. Mark just concedes the frame, so both players leaving the arena. So the frame after the mid-session interval goes to Zhao Xingtong, and he extends his lead. It's now 4-1.
No, this is not the kind of red you want to be leaving Zhao Xingtong from the break-off.
One.
10 out of 13 long pots in this final. So, goes without saying, you shouldn't be leaving him those.
Five. Six.
Yeah, 4 frames is always a nice number to get to in the first session. You know, you can't be behind going into the second session, and you can work on extending your lead.
Well, what a view. What an arena. Yeah, Mark Williams doesn't want to be losing this first session heavily, because you don't want to be chasing this guy,
30.
because he can just reel off 3, 4, 5 frames so quickly.
14.
I mean, he's not even hit full gear at the moment in this match. Anything like the way he played in the semi-final. But it won't take him long to hit those heights.
22.
Into the pack here. He'll try and miss the red that's directly above the black, screw into them and bring the cue ball back to the right half of the table. Oh, he's refusing it. That does surprise me.
Yeah, the blue's no use to go into the pack because the pink's
29.
away from it.
Yeah, that is not the way he's been
30.
playing in this championship so far. He'll be going into them here, unless there's a plant below the pink, which is not. Be into them here. This is a more difficult shot than the previous one. Yep. I'm very, very surprised at that previous shot choice.
37.
Yeah, much more difficult coming off the cushion than previously when he could have screwed straight into the bunch, as Stephen suggested. So it's end of break.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether it's just being a little bit too careful. I don't know, because it's a final. But that is not the way he's been playing so far in this, as I say, in this championship. Normally the first perfect angle he's had on a colour, he's gone into them.
Much too thin a contact there. hampered slightly with the green. But I'm surprised he's taking this one off the cushion. It's a fairly safe. Is he going to go for the double here? A straightforward safety shot on there and leave that red that he tried to double on the cushion as a little bit of insurance. But there's nothing easy there for Mark Williams. Bit of pressure on this one. If he gets it, it'll be a wonderful chance. But this is a tough one. And I think Zhao Xingtong will sit in his seat thinking to himself, I played the wrong shot there. In a 37-point lead, he had that red that he tried to double in a safe position. He had an easy safety. You never guaranteed the double.
Nine.
A little bit an anxious little. He stayed down in a shot there, Mark. He didn't hit that last one well. Wasn't in the middle of the pocket at all. But the most important thing, it is in. He's still at the table.
16.
Not had any break so far this afternoon to speak of. He'd love to try and win a frame in one visit to really, that would really settle him down. Sort he's queuing out, just relax.
$22. $23.
Yeah, just a 30 break so far, but I'm sure he's going to improve on that here. This is a really good chance to win the frame at this visit.
$29. $30. $37. $38. $45. 46.
Yeah, he potted a great red to get in, did Mark Williams, but he should never have had a shot at it. Easy safety shot, 37 in front. Tricky double. And that has left Mark in. And he's certainly
54.
starting to cue a lot better now. So he's just going to be a little bit careful. He wants to maybe move that red that's on the cushion off, but you don't really want to be risking cannons at this stage. You see, he did take the risk, and now he's left himself an awkward pot into either
61.
corner pocket. It's quite a thin snick, this. He's overdone it, yeah. And he's left the pot
Back
on.
61.
Yeah, the problem with those thin ones, when you miss, you invariably leave the pot on for your opponent.
1.
And Zhao Xintong has judged that cue ball to perfection on the blue to get down for the red. Mark Williams will be furious if he loses his frame. And that is absolutely perfect as well.
6. Seven. Forty. 16.
Needs the green, brown, blue and pink.
Nineteen.
This is the key one, brown to blue, to make it easy to get to the pink.
$23.
Well, this
28.
would be a bit of a body blow for Mark Williams. In goes the pink. It was just a little cannon that Mark tried with the 2 reds left. Didn't quite work out. And Zhao Xintong marches on. He gets another frame. It's now 5-1.
Back we go.
Zhao Xintong's done the first part of the job in getting this World Championship won. He's won the first session. Question is, by how many? Win every session, you're the champion. Sounds simple, Dennis.
Mind you know, when you've got a 4-frame advantage, if you keep sharing the frames, you'll get to the winning line.
Touching ball.
See, that's a bit careless there. I mean,
Just give it a second.
how can he leave that short? He
Well,
just
put the ball so
casually
much.
got down, and
I don't know, maybe not feeling well.
so there might just be someone there. Just take a minute.
Yeah.
Someone not feeling so well, but I don't think it's anything serious. I could see in the crowd, so I just need a couple of minutes. No, it'll only be for a couple of seconds, I think. Yeah, I think we should be okay again to go. Just someone not feeling so well, just out for a bit of fresh air.
Thank you.
But yeah, just as I was saying, that was very casual of Zhao Xingtong not to come into the reds and leave it short like this. He might pot this, Mark Williams. But there again, it's amazing. This game of snooker, Zhao Xingtong played a careless shot, didn't reach the reds, and now he's back at the table with a chance. Never ceases to amaze me, Stephen, what can happen out there.
A couple of choices. This red, he could play just with a little trace of right-hand side, play a cannon on those two reds, and leave himself on the black, or yeah, that's what he's played.
1.
Real chance in this session, Zhao Xingtong, to really stamp his authority on the match, because Williams is, well, he's just bang off it this afternoon so far. He's not turned up
8.
for whatever reason. So Zhao Xingtong can really, as I say, put a marker down.
9.
He'll be eyeing up a 7-1 advantage, 6-2 minimum. I wouldn't want to give this guy 5-6 frame start, Dennis.
No, you're absolutely right. But Mark, as I say, that match against Judd Trump and the one against John Higgins does take it out of you a little bit.
50.
Well, he's just gone past from being straight on the blue, but he'll have to power this in to get anywhere near the reds. I don't know if he can come off one cushion or power it in off two cushions, but it'll take some shot.
Yeah, and the more important thing for Mark is, I mean, I didn't watch the session you were talking about with Zhao and Chris Wakelin, but well, that ball's jumped out of the pocket. But this is the worst session I've seen him play in.
Zhao Xingtong,
And he's already
15.
5-1 ahead.
Let's have a look at this here. No, it just hit the bump, and that was the reason it jumped back out again. So, well, you wouldn't think he's done a great deal of damage in the way the balls are sitting here. He's not with it at the moment. Mark has just lost that timing and cue action at the moment.
One.
So again, this split, the red that's directly above the black, you want to try and miss that, go into the end one and screw the cue ball back. Kind of like that.
Eight.
That's the shot I thought he was going to play in the previous frame. He turned it down.
Nine.
That's another very good chance. The blue's out of commission, but the black's on its spot. The pink may be available.
Eleven.
He didn't want to be straight on this red. Pink goes in this pocket, but well, he has a bit of angle to work with, so he should be okay. The fact that the pink was available.
18. 19.
I think that red to the right of the pink is available, so he doesn't have to go into them. Come around and have a look at it. Yeah, clearly does. And should be able to get himself through onto the
21.
black here. Just that red to the right of the black. He's just got to be a bit careful with that. Doesn't snooker himself. I'm not sure if the pink might also be available into the left middle.
22.
Left himself a choice of pink or black.
$28. 29.
He very rarely misses a shot when he's bridging over an awkward ball like that. He seems to be able to strike the white right in the centre. A lot of players will miss it, getting a little bit of unwanted side on that type of shot.
Well, the one difference, one thing that Zhao doesn't have, with all the talent that you see a lot of the players now, he doesn't seem to be able to switch
35.
hands. He uses a rest or stretches, so it's, with all the massive talent that he's got, it's one thing he hasn't
36.
developed, but that was a beautiful little split of the reds there. And well, it's looking ominous now for Mark Williams. And it's, even if this session finishes 6-2, which it looks like at the very least, that's what it's going to be. Big pressure on the second session tonight on Mark Williams.
42.
Because if he loses that one as well, then the problems escalate going into tomorrow.
Well, he's been very fortunate there. Yeah, that was a tough one he tried to cut in there. But when you're playing well, you get the rub of the green. And he almost went in off, caught the bump of the middle pocket and finished on the pink.
49.
And it's 6-1.
50. 56.
There you go. He switches hands, Stephen. So he
57.
can't play with both hands.
I'm not sure if that was as convincing as a right-handed shot. He played it when he was 71 points in front. I think that kind of shows you. But yeah, this is a huge frame coming up for Mark Williams.
63.
And you can't win this final in the first session, but boy, you can go a long way
64.
towards losing it if you lose it heavily.
Well, this is the shot that will give him his second century. If he can pull this off, you would think. Very good
72.
cueing. It's a thin blue he's looking at. And it's perfect. A little flick will do nicely.
77.
He had a little bit of good fortune when he almost went in
79.
off and caught the bump of the middle pocket and finished perfect on the pink. So he's took full advantage of that.
82.
Yeah, I said a little bit earlier, this is probably certainly the worst session I've witnessed him playing in this World Championship. I've not commentated on every single match, but to
86.
still make a couple of centuries and be guaranteed at least a 6-2 lead in the first session of your first ever World Championship final.
91.
Wow, it's not bad.
97.
That's certainly his second century of the match. And at the moment, it's one-way traffic. Jiao Xingtong gets another frame on the board. And he leads the 3 times champion by 6 frames to 1.
Oh dear.
1.
Oh dear. Well, in
8.
practice or an exhibition, you may have a go at the plant, the 2 reds at the bottom of the pack, but there's no way Jiao Xingtong is going to play that. So it's 8 points and a cue ball on the baulk cushion, please.
Jiao Xingtong. 8. Foul. Ramasse. Jiao Xingtong. 4. Back.
This is such a difficult shot he's trying here. I don't know why he doesn't just come off the side cushion and nestle into the reds. He was trying a very difficult swerve to not only miss the yellow, the pink, to flick the reds. Rob Spencer directing things this afternoon.
Touch that way. Just a touch, just a touch. And a little bit towards the tiny bit now.
Is he going to play the same shot again? I mean,
Yeah, that's fine. That's okay.
I don't understand this. It's such an easy shot to come off the side cushion and nestle into the reds.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, it's a great shot in the end, but it's... Well, it's straightforward now to come off the side cushion and nestle into the reds and the other side of the table because there's a red on. This time he's coming the left side to nestle into them. That's okay. He used both jaws in the middle pocket. Shouldn't have been anywhere near the middle pocket there. A little bit of inspiration needed for Mark Williams in this deciding frame of this session.
It's amazing. You go back to the very first frame and Zhao Xintong broke off left mark. I read that he was potting all day yesterday to the right corner. If he'd potted it and got in and started scoring, this final could have been very, very different. And that all happened in the very first frame. Because if you have got signs of fatigue or you don't feel on it, playing badly just exaggerates it. If you're playing well, you just forget about it. Start missing a few pots, it kind of brings it on. This is a good shot. This is a very good shot.
I don't know about that choice. I think I'd be trying to play thin off the left side of the red. Wow. What a shot he's taken on here. Boy, oh boy.
One.
What a shot he's taken on there. Have you ever seen anything like that, Stephen?
Yeah, all-out attack. Love it. And again, that middle pocket, left middle pocket is helping him out. Just cue ball just caught the knuckle and brought it out beautifully for the blue.
That's one of the best plants I've ever seen under the circumstances. It was nowhere near a plant.
Seven.
It's a little bit of a careless shot from the blue. Watch this plant again. Yeah, this was, well, it's certainly a scoreboard shot. You play it when you're 6-1 up. But careless shot off the blue, meant he had to bridge over the red, but no problem. And, wow. This is ominous, as I say, the way he scores.
14.
The way the reds are situated. This would certainly cap off a miserable first session
15.
in this final for Mark Williams.
Well, we said they would be showing this match in China. I can tell you what, they'll be absolutely loving this performance. He could be the first ever Chinese player to lift the World Championship. An awful long way to go, but what a start.
23. $30. 31. 38. 39. $46.
Well, I bet Zhao Xintong didn't think his first World
47.
Championship final would be as comfortable an afternoon as this. He's had virtually no resistance from his opponent, apart from losing one frame
54.
before the interval.
$55. $61.
Well, Mark, you're going to have to summon
62.
up all your powers tonight to get back into this final.
Not perfect, but the way he pots,
69.
don't be surprised if he doesn't go on to make another century break. This is tricky though, little cutback, but safely in the pocket. Is it going to reach? Is it going to reach? It is.
70.
But the plant again to get in here was unbelievable. Look at this for a plant.
77. Would you please
Amazing.
stop shushing?
Somebody was shushing in the crowd there.
78. $83.
Well, no century break, but what an afternoon. What a first session from this very talented Chinese player. He will be absolutely delighted to have taken the session 7 frames to 1.
Settle down, please.
Xintong
Frame
ready to
9.
get this second
Zhao
session
Xintong
underway.
to break.
And this is a massive session, you feel, for Mark Williams. Great always to be joined alongside me, as Hazel said, the 1997 champion of the world, Ken Doherty. He's got to somehow find a way tonight, Ken, to win this session.
Yeah, absolutely, John. I think there was maybe this afternoon a little bit of a, well, maybe a sort of a hangover from the really tough match he had against Judd Trump. So he needs a big session tonight. That won't help him. That miss has already given Zhao Xintong a possibility of a red up into the green. Yeah, but what an atmosphere. You can sort of feel the love in the room for Mark Williams. Everybody wants to see him make a comeback. If anybody can, he certainly can. He's up against this young man. That'll give him encouragement.
Yeah, it's understandable. Everybody wants to get behind Mark. We want to see a match. The big problem, and it's always the most important one for me, pot success. He's down at 81%. That's got to improve. Good pot. Cue ball needs to slow up or bounce. Well, this black's possible, not easy.
Looks good. Yeah, very good. Excellent.
8.
Red goes into the left centre, but he can also play it up into the top left-hand corner pocket. He's going for left centre. It's okay, just about.
9.
Now, there is a red in the back end, but
14.
you think, well, stun this red on in, leave yourself an angle on the yellow, and get into this bunch of reds.
15.
Don't see any reason why not. Well, he's looking at the brown, so he's going to play for the one open red. Surprises me a little bit. But he will come out with a plan tonight, I'm certain, Mark. Maybe he wants to keep the balls tight. We know how dangerous his opponent is when the balls are in the open.
20.
But he won't be refusing the cannon now. Perfect on the blue.
I think he's okay. Is this red potable into the... It's still spinning, believe it or not, that cue ball.
25.
Now, does this red pot? Yes, it does. He's okay. And he's brought, well, at least 4 reds into the open. Pink may be potable into the left corner. If not, you can go up for the blue again.
26.
Yeah, just a little straight on the blue. But he's okay. He's got options. Left or right. Both corner pockets. Right and left of the black.
$31.
And we saw as he was potting the black, the red immediately above the black
39.
is available into the left corner, so he doesn't have to play any cannons.
40.
He's got a nice angle on the black here. A little deft cannon into that red, and he's played it perfectly. This is a good start. This is exactly what Mark Williams
47.
was hoping for.
48.
One chance, one break, frame-winning break. Didn't do that this afternoon.
So now 55 points the lead.
55.
In fact, he's going up for the blue.
56.
After this blue, he needs red, colour red, and not good on the blue, has to be said. Got to get this cue ball in and out of balk. But he's played this nice, lovely line. Just the pace of it perfectly.
61.
So just looking at it, in actual fact, red and a black will put him 69 points in front with just 67 remaining. he could reach this comfortably if it wasn't for the red against the cushion. He's frightened to foul it with his waistcoat. So we're just putting a little bit of an extension so he doesn't have to bend down as much. Plenty of room.
Yeah, this time the angle on the black is not fantastic. So you may have to play for red into the left centre or a red up into the corner pocket. He could screw back for the middle red, but I just want to make sure it is black, and for the points, of course, leave his opponent needing snookers. Yeah, and that's exactly what he's done. Very important that he now left himself a possible pot into that
69.
left centre pocket. And this will stop Zhao Tong coming back to the table. Well played. Great shot.
70.
And so far, so good. Seems to be queuing nicely.
77.
Trying to move that red away from the cushion, but
78.
frame's over, and as Ken said, no way that Xintong will be coming back to the table. But another lovely pot. Can he get through to the... He can.
85. 86.
He'd love to make the century here. Oh, wow, what a shame. That's Xintong. 7-2.
Advantage.
Mark Williams exert enough pressure on him to make him wobble, as Sean said in the studio. Remains to be seen. Oh, well. That wasn't great. And that was a long way away. That won't go do confidence too much good, John.
No, seems to hit slightly across that. But as Mark, in the first frame, when he missed the long red, he's not left anything that easy. OK, he can pot the red above the black, but can he make the black available?
1.
Well, pretty good effort. Could have done with that black just bouncing a fraction more off the cushion. Tricky this.
Yeah,
8.
great shot. And as you can see from that angle, lovely angle on the red. Get back out for blue or pink.
9.
It's a little bit short, but he's okay. In and out of balk. Shouldn't be a problem.
This cue ball is a good line, but it needs to slow down. And it has.
14. 15.
That's the great thing about this championship, and indeed the final over 4 sessions. Momentum, such a key factor. Oh, Oh, what happened there? What happened there?
Well, he missed a
Mark
pink
Williams,
when he looked
15.
like making a century in the first frame into a middle pocket, which surprised me. As did that. Can't afford to miss when you're in, because when you do, you invariably leave your opponent with an easy starter.
Yeah, and just as I was about to say about momentum, he was in again. Momentum soon be broken if this man can make a break from here. Certainly not going to be easy. Black tied up.
1.
And the pink will be tied up when it's potted. No room on the pink spot.
That's not the best positional shot he's ever played. Try to recover the situation. He may have a red to the far left corner. So it's something to go at.
Seven.
We'll definitely have a go at this red up into the yellow pocket, top left-hand corner as we look. But it's not without danger. If he doesn't get it, he will be leaving a red. And he's missed it. Yeah, and he will be leaving, and he's left this red that he was going for. So, an edgy start from Zhao Xintong. That was a long way away.
One.
Just can't find the pace at the moment to get on the blue, but I always say if you're going to be wrong side, be well the wrong side. You can inject a bit of pace in this cue ball. Nicely played. It's not the best chance, obviously, with the pink and black tied up.
6.
Very difficult to get top side of the blue here. He may leave himself an angle on the low side of the blue. Well, he'll have to go in and out of ball,
7.
but lots of left-hand side of 2 cushions, trying to maybe develop a red. If we can, big target the pack, but lots of left-hand side required here in the cue ball. No.
Yeah, I think his plan there was to come down and maybe cannon the red and the black together, still be on the one near the
12.
top cushion. I don't think he was trying to get into the main punch, but needs a good safety now. It's a good line. It's a wonderful line.
Mark Williams, 12.
And it's a tremendous length. Well, I thought he'd be playing into the main bunch. Playing to hit that one, that was dangerous. And I think this red cuts. It could even double. Playing the cut. Right, just look at the cue balls. He's going to come past the ball line. He is. He's nicely on the green.
Yeah, that last, well, last
4.
escape from Zhao Xintong. Very, very careless. It was a big target at the bottom of the
5.
pack of reds to go into. He's given up another chance to Mark Williams here now. Needs a good shot here. Split these reds.
I presume he's checked the pink's not onto the right corner. Well, he's decided to come around off 2 cushions, I think mainly because the pink may have gone in the right corner if he played the cannon. But unfortunately,
10.
he's not knocked a red on.
Mark Williams, 10.
Now then, it's down to Sin Tong now to play this shot. He's got to find the baulk cushion. He'll be opening the reds up. It's a bit narrow, so he won't be getting the snooker.
No, and it was a big target, the yellow and brown, but what he has done, he's left a possible cut here. Pot into the right corner, cue ball back down towards that yellow and brown.
He's got to miss the brown. That's the problem. If you catch your baulk colour, you leave the cue ball on the baulk line. Dangerous thing to do, particularly against a potter like this young man. Well, unless the green goes, he's not on much.
Well, he's looking at the blue, but that would be very, very high tariff shot. He might be more prudent to just play a little snooker. As I said, that yellow and brown now, big target. He could play a little snooker in behind those and wait for a better chance.
Rainbow.
That's pretty good.
From 1.
In these situations, you try to find a red you can nestle up to and not leave your opponent the pot on. He'll do well to see that, because I can't see one red that he could do that to. He's in big trouble here, is Mark. There's always the hit and hope, if you can't be too precise. Obviously thinks he's found a red to nestle on. Well, we assume it's the one to the left of the black. Or is it the main bunch? Is it the main bunch? What a great line this is. What a shot!
Wow. What an unbelievable escape. Incredible. What a shot maker.
Absolutely. There's no cover here, so here's a chance now for Mark. He's got this red. It's normally his forte, the long potting. It's just been slightly off so far in this match. No time like the present to get back on track. Solid. Needs that cue ball to come away from the side cushion. Good pot. But a tough black coming up.
He's missed it. He's missed it. It wasn't easy.
Mark Williams,
Very,
1.
very tough off that left-hand side cushion. But he's got the cover. Such a tough shot. Dead weight. Zhao Tong would love to bring this red into play, but the only problem about this is he will be leaving a pot on. And it's not. He might have been better off waiting for another chance, because he's left Mark Williams a free shot here. It's not good choice of shot there.
Yeah, it's the red. You can see it there immediately below the pink. You just got to be careful with that red near the top cushion. He doesn't collide with that. He's avoided it. It's not a bad line. It's not got a snooker, but those were the half chances he was knocking in against Judd Trump. If that cue ball runs, he'll be able to get past the blue and have another go at a similar shot. But as I say, just got to be careful you don't run into a second ball. We know the black's over the pocket, so no problem with the colour. Just got to pot the red. But he played it well. He avoided the contact in any other ball. Couple of half chances though, that he's not taken.
Mark Williams, 7.
Now, I mean, you could say he was a little unlucky, but I don't think he's left a pot on. For once, there isn't a gap to get through to this red over the corner pocket.
He's made him play again. It's a little bit awkward, this. Well, is he going to play the long plant? He is. Wow, what a shot to take on here.
Mark Williams, 5.
Well, he's left a chance for Mark Williams. Shot choice. Very questionable.
Thank you.
Is he feeling the pressure already?
One.
Well, that wasn't a bad little flick off the pink. He's given him a good shot at the blue. 43 points the lead. This blue, red cover red, would be enough. Just a little shorter pace. Just got to
6.
do a little bit with the cue ball now to get position on the colour. In actual fact, this red and a high value colour would be enough. In goes the red. And he's on the colour. Pink to the middle, black to the corner. Both balls would be enough to get into snooker's required.
Nicely played. Played it in such a way. If he missed it, he was blocking the pocket. Such a clever player, Mark Williams. And that will make sure of the frame. So, Couldn't have been a better start. Zhao Xintong has a look. Some of the choices that he made in that frame, well, very, very questionable. Will he come back to the table?
Mark Williams, 15.
No,
and
he
the break.
won't. So, good start from the former champion. Just what the doctor ordered. But still trails 7-3.
So Zhao Xintong gets this frame underway. I don't sense a wobble. I sense a young man who's desperate to get his hand on the table and start potting balls. But the key to that frame was that escape from the snooker from Mark Williams. He had him in all kinds of trouble. He could have been expected to come at the table with a chance. He played one of the best snooker escapes I've ever seen. And that's what won him the frame. Needs a bounce. Great pot. Can he get to the black?
Well, he's shaping up for it. Tough shot. No, it's not there. And he's left a chance.
Mark Williams, 1.
Yeah, they were very tough, but he felt it's well within range. But we'll get a little insight now into how Zhao's feeling. Four reds in the open, so obviously he's going to have to go into that pack sooner rather than later.
He could have done with a little better angle on this red. He's got to dig down at the cue ball to hold it.
9.
Yeah, he's done it nicely. Now, he could play in the loose red, but he's got a wonderful angle. He can go into the pack here. Wouldn't be a bad choice. He's got plenty of power. Look at that. Now, how's your look? It's pretty good. Excellent shot. Okay. He's knocked the black safe.
14.
That's the only downside to that shot. Just look at the black where it's gone. It was a good, positive, aggressive shot from Zhao Xintong.
Zhao Xintong, 14.
Well, another uncharacteristic miss from Zhao Xintong. He wasn't missing those this afternoon.
One.
Yeah, nice shot, but you wouldn't like these too much, John.
Well, we always say with this shot, it's made easier if that black is tight to the top cushion, and it looks tight to me. As I say, they're a lot easier when they're tight to the cushion. But it begs the question, when the black's been spotted, what's he on?
8.
Oh, he's got another one. This one isn't tight to the cushion. This is a lot more difficult. Now, just off the cushion, just went
Mark
to the
Williams,
near
8.
jaw. It was never going to drop.
Yeah, he could play the easy red of the two, but this is much more profitable for him, getting this red out away from the black.
1.
Yes, and also there's 3 or 4 reds around that he could play onto that red over the pocket. So being wrong side of blue, not too concerning.
Yeah, good shot. Nicely played. He played a
6.
little plant, one red onto the other. Doesn't want to knock the 2 reds in here, really. No, leave
7.
it there. Nicely played. And this is a real chance. And it's a good sort of settler. You know, there's plenty of loose reds. He doesn't have much work to do. Just keep a really tight rein on the cue ball.
15.
Because he's looked a little bit edgy. Shot choices, a few misses. Well, if he can hold himself together and win the frame from this visit, well, that would be a real settler for him.
Yes, and
22.
all tournament, it's in these positions where he's excelled.
23.
A lovely, calm way of cueing. Well, that could have turned out nicer. You could say he's unlucky to be
30.
stuck to the pink like that, but unless this red's straight, he's running into other reds. This isn't easy. Ah, but he judges it to perfection. Beautiful shot. Well played.
Well, he made that look very, very easy. I can assure you it certainly wasn't. That was very missable, that previous red. Back in prime position.
38. $39.
He was looking a little vulnerable, has to be said. He put under a bit of pressure from his opponent. And it doesn't matter what sort of lead you have, John. It's the same for every session. Until you win that first frame of any session, you don't settle down.
47.
Yeah, as I said, I think he was just desperate to get his hand on the table and start putting balls, and he was trying to push it, you know, and he played that long plant in the last frame. He's just desperate to get in amongst the balls. Well, this time he was given a gift of an opening, and as he's done all
54.
tournament, taking full advantage. That's the frame
55.
well and truly over. Of course, the question is now, can he make his 3rd century of the match?
$62.
I just love the way he plays, you know, the way he glides around the table, gets down on the shot effortlessly.
63.
His cue action is so smooth, the way he gets through the cue ball. Gets so much action on it when he needs it as well.
Yeah, you can understand as well why
70.
people liken him to Jimmy White. It's like a mirror image, to be honest with you. Got that lovely way of playing, that
71.
beautiful touch. Well, we're not going to see a century in this frame, but he won't mind about that. That's a settler. Got the advantage now. Back to 5. 8-3. Well, a little bit pacey. There's a red that goes to the left corner, and the fact he's not tight on the baulk cushion, you feel he'd be tempted to play it. That's his game.
That's why you have to be tight to the ball cushion. Let this man cue ball off it. That's liable to happen. What a pot. This looks good. This looks really, really good. What a shot. It's amazing, isn't it, John?
3.
He wins that frame and his tail is back up.
4.
Yeah, he'd certainly be a scary opponent with his long potting.
Here we go into the pack. Oh, wow. Didn't get the cue power required there.
11.
I was thinking for a minute he may have a red to the right middle, but has he? He did. He did have it. And it's there. Didn't have to do anything with the cue ball. The fractions favoured him there.
This has gone wrong in the break. I don't know what happened there.
Well, just looking at the shot, to get position to manoeuvre the cue ball, he needed to put right-hand side on and just potted the pink plain ball. Mark Williams will be relieved.
Washington, 18.
Didn't make the most of that. The goal that Mark would have set himself, the first 4 frames of this session, if he can win 3 of the 4, at least he's making inroads into his deficit. So this is a big frame now. Tong has had his chance. Can Mark somehow win this tactical battle and get the next one?
Yeah, that previous safety shot for Mark Williams, he put himself in a lot of trouble there.
Well, he needed to once again be tight against the cushion. And I think this, well, I'm not certain. I thought it may have passed the blue, this red to the left corner. If it doesn't, I don't think Mark's left anything. Well, there's not all the pocket. There's a lot of it.
As you said, he didn't have all of the pocket, but he found it so close to that blue. Great shot. The angle is not ideal on the black. It's almost straight, and that's why he's checking to see if there's anything available into left or right centre. If he screws back, he may be going into one of these reds. He's got to try and avoid the reds on the screw back side. Oh, yeah. Couldn't avoid it, but he's left himself a pot. That's all he could hope for.
8.
He's going to need another good one here. Up into the yellow pocket again. Very good. Very, very good indeed. And played with such confidence.
Fourteen. Fifteen.
Well, I only presume he's come a little bit straight on this black. Well, no, he's just got a slight angle. I don't want that red immediately below the pink goes to the right middle. Obviously doesn't. Just about okay.
22.
Still the same problem here. Most of red's going to the left corner, same pocket as his black, and he's just off straight, wrong side.
That
red's not available. Maybe the middle one is. Yeah, no problem. He definitely wasn't playing for that red, but that'll do. Brought all the other reds now into potable positions. So one good pot here on the ball colour, possibly the yellow. One good position, and well, the frame at his mercy. And that looks just about perfect.
Yeah, beautiful line
33.
and length. Back in prime position now.
34. $41. $42.
This black and one more red. And they'll go to the mid-session interval. Mark Williams seems to have the perfect start, winning the first two frames. But he's not made any inroads
49.
into Xing Tong's lead. And he won't be doing now.
50.
He definitely posed a few questions, Mark Williams, to
55.
his young opponent.
56.
Certainly he's come up with the answers these last couple of frames. Two wonderful breaks, one visit. But he's missed that black.
Zhao Xingtong, 56.
Doubt very much that
And
Mark
the frame.
Williams will bother trying to get those snookers. He doesn't. So the perfect start. But as they go up the mid-session interval, but it's as you were, 6-frame advantage, 9-3. You just feel it's got to be Mark Williams. Big moments in the match. First chance, a long pot.
Good start, but he's lost the
One.
cue ball. Now, is it black? Well, is it available into the left centre? No. I'm just rolling up behind it.
Mark Williams, 1.
He's just got to be careful here. Pretty straightforward to get into the pack, but he doesn't want to leave a red into the left centre pocket. He had a quick look. Nothing available. Is that touching ball?
Touching ball.
Referee's called it. Not quite certain there's a path back to the balk end. If he comes off the left-hand side cushion with a lot of right-hand side, he's got to be careful he doesn't collide with the blue now. So he's just playing to this top cushion, which is Okay, safe enough, but just gives Mark Williams a free chance now to get back to the baulk end. And it'd be even better if you could get cover. But worst way, find that baulk cushion. Well, that was a trademark shot of Mark's. He thought the only red he could leave was the one he was playing, but he may have left another one. Tough pot, but he thought it was worth the risk. Yeah, you can get past the pink to this red, to the left corner. So that was a misjudgment from Mark. But not the best positional shot, but he had to trust the luck a little bit with it. Tough blue, tough black. If he plays the blues, got to avoid the kiss on the green.
Needs a kiss. And, well, is he on one of these reds? The red that's closest to the black, the one just above it, is that available? Not quite sure it is. He's having a look to see who's on a red into the left centre. Can he pot this red next to the pink? Maybe he can. Yeah.
7.
Yeah, I wasn't certain, but the pink was available, so nothing to do with the cue ball.
$13. $14.
I'm just wondering, does he play a little cannon on these two reds just above the black? No, he's missed the black. Wow. Wow.
Joshing shot 14.
It was one of those strange shots.
Imperative now that Mark takes full advantage.
1.
Obviously, if that cue ball's against the left-hand side cushion, this would be a formality with positional play. I think those two reds aren't stopping the black going on its spot, so we've just got to judge this. It's a delicate shot. Now, let's see where the black goes. Well, the one closest to the black
8.
doesn't pot.
$9.
And he's finished a nice angle on the blue. He could play into the pack here. He'd certainly open up all those reds around the pink. It's okay. No, it's okay. He's on this red into the right corner.
14.
Yeah, and the red's now nicely in the open. There's only the one just above the black that isn't available.
15.
But not for the first time this evening. When he's gone up for the blue, he's not got the right side of it. But as I say, the black, almost touching the red, will pot as long as you're high on it. So leave himself a straight red to the left corner. And He shouldn't have a problem stunning through for the black. But of course, this red, had he got a good
20.
angle on the blue, would have been a lot easier.
Nicely played.
21.
And nicely on the black. Good play, the little cannon. When he puts the black on the red, just move it away from the black spot here. Just missed it. He's okay. Oh, pink spot was available.
28.
No. Just got a little bit awkward. May need a spider here to bridge over the pink and 2 reds.
Yeah, it's all about the position here. Is he on the black? Not now. He's nudged the red. So unless he
29.
takes on a very risky blue, which I wouldn't advise, I think that's end of visit.
Is he looking at the green? He's taking this green on. Big shot. Dangerous. Ah, wonderful. Oh, that is a shot of a champion.
How brave was that?
Yeah, incredible. Absolutely incredible.
He knows he's got a scoring machine following him. That was a big shot. Now, can he press on the advantage? He's got to go back up for the blue. Not a clean pot, but he's
First frame.
okay. He's got the blue into the far left corner. He's settled for that.
Yeah. Blue negotiated into that, but still not
30.
perfect position. He's going to need a little extension to reach this. It's not ideal on that side for a left-hander.
No, just not getting through the ball on these shots. That's why he's losing position. Another good pot needed. And got. But the problem was he couldn't avoid the kiss on the second red.
39.
I don't blame him. He made certain of the red. It was a difficult pot as it was. So to make it easier, he just concentrated on the pot and trusted to luck for position. Didn't have any.
Yeah, he's just gone down the bulk end of the table. If he left the cue ball down there, he may be leaving a pot on. He doesn't want to do that. His opponent is such a devastating long potter.
39.
So he had to play a containing shot there.
Desperately trying to cover a line to the red on the right-hand side of the table. If he hasn't, this is a very simple safety shot for Zhao Xintong. And it was. Oh, well. That's poor, catching the blue. Just 1 or 2 little errors creeping in. He's got the cover on the open red with the yellow, so it's not bad. And I'm not certain whether he can get through to that line in the middle of the table with reds. Maybe just an edge.
Yeah, the problem about hitting this red, as we look, he'll be knocking it towards the bottom right corner pocket, and that's not good too. Wouldn't be able to get enough pace on that red from this angle to be able to get it away from the right corner. Could go close. He needs cover. He needs a bit of cover. There may be room past this yellow, and he's left the red. Well, you see it. That was always the problem.
In this situation, you don't think about position. Just don't miss the pot. Got it.
One.
And he couldn't have wished, well, I was going to say a better kiss, but another roll would have left him a perfect angle on the blue. He must be bolt straight on it. Can't get close to the next red. If he plays yellow or green, he's going to have to use the rest. He's now looking to leave himself a mid-range red, probably the one to the left of the black. Look at it, couldn't be straighter. So another big shot in this frame that he's got to play. This one
6.
could be the frame winner.
Yeah, nicely in, but one more red required.
40.
40 points ahead, 43 remaining. Yeah, well played. Okay.
15.
No position, but he won't mind about that.
Yeah, he's now got to the situation where 2 4-point snookers required. If the black is in, no way back for Junxu. And it's in. Okay, he snookered himself, but
22.
shouldn't be a problem. 2 cushions. Won't be playing it with pace because he don't want to leave a free ball should he miss it, but I'll be surprised if he does. So that'll keep
Mark
Junxu.
Williams,
I would have
22.
thought, and you see, well, he's coming back to the table. 48 points behind, 35 remaining. 4 4-point snookers required. This is the more difficult side of the table to come down. But that's all right. I'm surprised he's playing on, but, you know, maybe he just feels as though he wants to settle into this mini session, so to speak, after the mid-session interval. No, he's got the snooker, easy to hit. In fact, he might be able to hit it directly, and if he does, maybe pot it. I didn't mean to hit it that thin, but he's got a snooker back, so no problem there. Thoughts on why he's playing on here, Ken, do you think?
And the only reason I'd say is the pink and black are in a good position. It's a good target. It's a very tall order, particularly against someone with the guile and the craft of Mark Williams.
Yeah, but when you consider his game's about potting break building, I don't know why he wants to play this this frame out like he's doing. Like sometimes you can feel you're not cueing well, so just want to have a bit more time. He's now looked at Mark and said, okay, that's enough. Surprised it went on so long. Well, Mark Williams pulls another one back, but he's still 5 behind.
Please make sure your phones are on silent. Thank you.
A decent break off. He has left possible red down into this bottom right corner pocket, but it's just off straight. Very difficult. Trying to get a top spin, but hasn't achieved it. To get back to the block area, so a mistake. And another chance for the 3-time champion.
One.
Such was the potting angle on the red. He couldn't get right side of the blue. But there's quite a few reds in the open. Just got to avoid the bought colours. Played it nicely.
6.
Unfortunately for Mark, the black is not available, so he's going to have to go back up the table.
Seven.
Yeah, just having a look at that red, maybe a little bit down the line, but I'd love to try and get on that red just above the black and try and open the black into both corner pockets.
12.
Cue ball ran on slightly there. Much time coming up to 3 hours 40 minutes. Yeah, once again,
13.
it's been a common theme for Mark Williams this evening, just struggling to get on the top side of the blue. So cue ball, well, he might have to leave himself a mid-distance red this time. Not going to chance cue ball in and out of balk.
Back to the extension, which is
18.
Coatesley Walker suggested he should have by his side for shots like this. And this time, nice angle on the blue. When we looked at the red just above the black, it looked as though it was available. And he's just having a look now. Not certain he can get there. I mean, you just got to be careful with this blue. You don't run into another red. But if he could get on that red above the black, he'd bring the black into play. Well, he could drop it in dead weight, but he flicked the other red. That spoiled the position.
24.
Well, if it's not ideal, he's still got this red into the left centre.
$25.
He's still got a few reds that he can play on, but he has the opportunity to come back down for this red just above the black. And even if he comes up a little bit short, he'll still leave himself an option of a red into the same left centre pocket. So it's worth playing on the red here, and it looks like he's played it inch perfect this time. It looks pretty good.
30.
Absolutely inch perfect. So now the black available into both corner
31.
pockets. Frame winning chance, no doubt.
$38. 39. $46.
Nicely on this red. He's got 3 reds in the open. If he was to take
47.
those reds with covers, he wouldn't have to bring those 4 reds in the middle of the table into play. He doesn't need them. So no need to play any cannons. Just keep good control of the cue ball.
Yeah, you just got to love the way he goes about break building. He
54.
loves to peel off reds. Makes breaks in his own imitable way.
55.
Well, once again, how many times has he done that? Wrong side of the blue. Quick glance at the scoreboard. Red and black after this blue would be enough.
In potting this red, it's hard to see how he can avoid the kiss on the red
60.
just below it. So he's just got to judge the contact on the second red to hold for position. It's doable. Well, it's even more doable now. The red struck the black down with the cue ball. He would have been on it but for that red. But this black to get to snooker's required. I think his heart would have been in his mouth there. Bit more pace, I don't think it'd have gone in.
I'd say it missed the beat, for sure. Have a look at this again. Only the pace, only harder, and that would have stayed out.
Anyway, 68 points the lead, 67 remaining. I mean, the shot you'd think you'd want to play is send the red up to the balk end and try and stun and snooker his opponent on the 4 reds here with the black. And just the fact to get that red away from the black, you know, because that could be a red that could be used later on for snookering.
Yeah, just make it more difficult, wouldn't it, if he did? He may even try and cut it in. And he could leave cover on the reds. So if he tried to pot this, leave the cue ball somewhere near the right centre pocket, if he misses it, he still get cover. Oh, he played it a little bit more. Well, that'll do. Great pot.
Yeah.
69.
We all say that his shot selection is second to none. And he saw the value in that. And the green going in, well, I would normally say that Zhao Xintong will not be coming back to the
72.
table, but he surprised me in the last frame.
Mark Williams, 72, and the frame.
But no surprise this time. Mark Williams wins another one. Now back to 9-5.
Well, has he got cover on the red into the right corner? Not quite sure. But this one is certainly shaping up to take on. I didn't play for black here. Oh, look at this. Look at this. He's starting to see the long ones now. Great shot.
Eight. Nine.
Not quite certain if there's anything available in the main cluster. Obviously, there's the open red. So decided to go into them. What's he on? First glance, not a lot.
16.
Well, this red, I think, goes into the green pocket, past the blue, top right-hand corner. Is it there? Is it there? It's close. And it is.
17.
It's a shot he's normally so adept at. Oh, he can pick a pot out, can't he? What a shot.
Yeah, used all the pocket, but it dropped. Looks to have a decent angle on this pink. Great chance. He knows the importance of this.
Oh, that kiss wasn't very favourable. He didn't mean to kiss into that red. He's sort of betwixt and between here. It's gone wrong. Look up to the heavens. Disappointed with that.
23.
He's got a possible pot on here. This red does pass the black into this bottom left corner pocket, but certainly not easy. No. Oh, he got a kiss off the black. Is it going in? Wow.
Mark Williams, 23.
He hasn't left it straight on. There's a possibility he might have to, his opponent might have to play a little plant, but yeah, that wasn't an easy pot, that one. Can he find one red onto the other and try and pot this red over the corner pocket? Very missable because it's not right in the heart of the pocket, this.
He's got this red to the right corner. If he pots it, he can't get a cue ball away from the cushion, but I think, you know, this type of shot, if you're going to play it, fully commit, if you try to screw back for blue, the pot's that much more difficult. Where's the red ball going? I think this red pots to the middle. As I say, you make it so much more difficult playing it like that. I think the one closest to the middle pots, but he can get past the blue for the other one. Needs to control the cue ball, though. It's not guaranteed position. Oh, but he's found a beautiful gap there. Couldn't have placed it with his hand any better.
Yeah, that's worth another look. What a beautiful shot. As I said, it was a small window to go through for the cue ball when he found it. Trying to get on that red just beside the black because it just makes things a lot easier for him. Taking this red
6.
opens the black up into both corner pockets. He's on it perfectly.
7.
You saw from that angled red just above the black to the left will pot as well. Doesn't have to play in it. He's just spotted something on the cue ball. Was asking Desi to give a little clean, just take a little bit of time out, compose himself.
Was he overscrewed? He has.
40.
Yeah, that's the red he played to be on. He's overscrewed. Thin cut on this red. Got to control the cue ball.
15.
Well, it's not great, this. That cue ball's going to have to travel unless he plays for the red in that end of the table, which he's looking at reds down this. But as I say, the cue ball's going to travel, so there's no guarantee of position here.
He's got a wonderful angle on the brown. I wonder, will he play into the pack here? Lots of pace. He's playing into the pack, needs a bit of luck, and he's got it. What a shot. Always
19.
never sure where reds and cue ball's going to go when you take a chance, but, well, it couldn't have worked out better.
20.
You can see those two reds to the left of the black, nicely available, but he's going to have to force it off the top cushion if he's going to play for one of those. Oh, deep screw with left-hand side. Played it beautifully. Stroked it in beautifully.
27. 28.
Yeah, he really does play those shots so well. Just a little bit of left-hand side of the cushion, widen the angle. Oh, has he gone too far? It's pretty tight. I think he's
35.
okay. Just about.
$36.
One red available into the right corner now, so swing that cue ball off two cushions. A little bit of top spin. Red available into the right centre as well.
43. $44.
Play for the red now, just above the pink. In the same pocket as the black. Well, he's got another one just below that. And played it beautifully. He's touched when he's in the balls.
51.
Well, it's artistry. It's wonderful to watch.
52.
He's just so graceful, isn't he, around the table? I mean, he's not rushed around the table, but he's still quick because he gets down on the shot, he sees it and plays it, and it's just so elegant. It's just beautiful to watch the way he goes about playing
59.
this game. There's another example of his touch and control. A little kiss off the red, hold for the pink. So eloquent.
$66. 67.
The applause tells you he's well past snooker's required. We've looked as though a couple of times we're going to see a century this evening, but it's not happened.
74. $75. 77.
I think what we're seeing here
78.
is the problem that Mark Williams has got. The scoring of Xintong is a lot stronger. Mark got in first
82.
here, but couldn't make the chance pay.
84.
Prowess really is exceptional. And everything that his opponent
91.
was thrown at him, he's come back with more. He hasn't wobbled or shrieked at all. He's just
96.
taken it all in his stride.
Oh, well, we're still not seeing the century.
And the frame.
I don't suppose he'll mind, but that was a wonderful break he compiled there. And creeps again, 5 frames in front, 10-5.
Williams back.
2 more frames now to be played to end this first day. Quite a way off with that, but could play it in a way. He was confident enough that the only red he could leave was the one he was playing. Playing a double. Playing the double to the middle. It's there. Took the opportunity at a good angle now. What's he on? Looking at his body language. He's desperately looking for a red.
8.
Has he found one? I always think if a player looks that close, he can't possibly get through it to it playing ball, but just a trace of left-hand side. I think he can get this.
Yeah, no problem. Bolt straight on the black. He may have to play for this red just beneath the black. Could screw back, but I think he's so good at these type of shots, just beneath the black, just rolling these reds in there. Tricky though. Could have been a little bit closer, would have made this a lot easier.
16.
Yeah, he'll be stunning it in and playing for the black in the same pocket. Right in the heart.
17.
Beautifully played. Big chance now.
Yeah, a little wry smile. He's not got a great angle on the black yet again.
Please keep quiet.
Now, can he get enough pace on this cue ball and get it out for one of these reds? Playing with lots of left-hand side, trying to spin that cue ball through the gap. That's pretty good. He played for this red into the left corner.
24.
Yeah, not the easiest pot, this. Needs due care and attention. What he wouldn't give to win this frame and the last one of the session. After the start he made 7-1 behind to go in 10-7, which is a possibility. But every shot a big one. pink and red in the middle of the table are
30.
stopping playing for the blue and going into the main punch. They're acting as a blocker. He's got an angle. I think he's got an angle to run down for the black. Well, he could hold for the pink, and that of course releases this red, and then he may have a clear shot to the main punch in a couple of shots' time.
Imperative. He gets top side of the blue this time. And potting this red. Oh, once again. How many times has that happened already this evening? But we still got the loose red on the right hand side of the table, so shouldn't be a problem. Drop the blue in, play for this loose red, and then try and get a nice angle on the blue.
$43.
Now he's playing for the black. There is a red just at the bottom of that cluster, and he's looking at it now. A few shots ago, it looks like he could get on it. If he can and get on it low, he could pot it and bring other reds into play. Less risk involved. And that's what he's played. As you see, low, so he can just stun into reds. He wouldn't mind going up for the blue or a bought colour. Just bring another few reds into play.
52.
That's okay. This blue well within range to the far right corner. Doesn't have to do much with the cue ball, and the reds he needs now are available. And it's funny. You know, Ken, he's really battling
57.
here. There's tension in the arm. That's why he's under it in the positional shots. Normally he'd have floated that blue in. There was an open red, but he's just making certain he gets the cue through. He's going through it. The heat's on him. What a competitor.
Yeah, completely agree. He's going to need to find another good part and position. And the pot's there. There's the position. Would you believe it? Dead straight once again. Can't buy above the blue, can he, John?
I don't think he'd be too disappointed with that, to be honest with you. Okay, as you can see, he's straight on the blue. But you can either roll the blue and screw back. He's only looking for red cover red to clinch the frame. Just looking where he'd like to be, so he's not overstretching too much. Or roll it through and play the one to the right corner. He has options. Obviously, if he was perfect on the blue, he'd get close to these reds, it'd be a formality. Not quite, just yet.
Yeah, it's just making life a little bit more difficult for him. He'd like to be perfect position, you know, as most snooker players are. They're perfectionists. They want good position all the time. It doesn't always happen. And that's where your potting ability comes into effect, and you have to trust it. He's going to have to trust it here. One good pot on this red. Should be nicely on the black.
And that would get him to snookers required. No. Well, frame ball that would have been.
McWilliams,
He's left the
63.
door ajar.
Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? And those little shots at mid-distance, particularly frame ball, there's a bit more pressure on them now. What can Zhao Xintong do? He's having a look at what's available after the black here.
1.
Is he going to play a cannon, or there may be one red in the middle of that bunch that's available into this left corner? There you see it. So you can play for that.
He came to the table
8.
with quite a deficit. He's going to need all the balls, but he's not pressurised to be playing blacks off every red. But he basically has to clear up. No matter what colours
9.
he takes, he's going to need the 6 colours. But they're on the spots. So it's a great opportunity, and this will really hurt Mark Williams.
Well, it's not ideal. A little bit short of pace. Wanted to be straighter on this red. Can't hold for the black now. Well, he's played a delicate little shot and a wonderful little shot on the pink. Just brushed it into play. That was a delightful little cannon he just played there. Even though he's 40 points behind, he's just gone favourite for this frame now.
23. 24.
Big moments in this session.
$31. 32. 38.
25 points behind. Played for blue.
39.
And he's held the cue ball nicely. Still looks pretty calm, doesn't he, John?
Yeah, he's taking it all in his stride. Normality. If he doesn't, then he might have a positional shot to play from blue to pink. So this, to me, is always the key shot when you're clearing the colours.
53.
And that's perfect.
He did exactly the same against Ronnie O'Sullivan. And he needed to clear
58.
make the clearance, the pressure clearance. He did so. He's doing it again now. Black
64.
for a huge steal for Zhao Xintong. Huge frame. Huge frame for Zhao Xintong. What a clearance. 63 behind. He's taken it on the black and extends his lead. 11-5.
Yeah, I just get the feeling that Mark Williams needs to win this frame. Otherwise, he's not much to show for his efforts this evening. And he's left a possible pot on here to the left middle. think he may have covered that red with the yellow. Yeah, a little shake of the head for a moment. Well, he's looking at the potting angle, so maybe he can get past the yellow. Where's the cue ball going?
1.
You can get to the
Please
red.
make sure your phones are on
You
silent.
can get to the red just above the black. It's more or less a free shot.
6.
He'll be playing up for a baulk colour. Well, he needs to cover
Mark Williams,
himself now, and
6.
he's not got it. Didn't go in the middle of the pocket. That's why he didn't get right side of the blue.
Well, he's got an easy blue. Difficult brown to keep the cue ball down his right hand side for this loose red. Could just pot the blue and maybe take a mid-distance red, but he wants to be in close. Anywhere from there, he'd be able to chip the red in, but where's he going with the cue ball here? Oh, around the angles. Yeah,
6.
Shot to nothing here. Long way away.
Washington, 6.
Playing the attacking safety, needs a good cue ball. And it's not a good cue ball, really. Too much pace. But the red adjacent to the left corner is fraught with danger, because in playing it, you can't avoid a kiss on the second red, so he may turn it down. And did. And the flick on the blue will leave Mark Williams a chance.
Bit pacey. Needs to slow up. Well, he's on the black, but certainly far from easy.
Yeah, and he's let him down tonight, his cue ball. He's not had it inch perfect most of the night. Good pot on the black. And that's the one thing you can rely on, really. Such a good potter. You can't
8.
keep potting your way out of trouble. Another one of these reds. You've got to commit, you've got to stroke these in, give it every chance to drop. Oh, and that's
Mark Williams,
unlucky.
8.
I'm sure he thought the only red I can leave is the one I'm playing. It's Rattler George, run up the table. And now it's on for his opponent. Unfortunate.
Yeah, nice pot at the red, nice angle on the black. Not perfect. Red not available into the
8.
right centre. Not available into the top right corner pocket. It's blocked. So nothing from that. Maybe just a safety shot here. Try and hide that cue ball behind the yellow and brown.
So that
Washington.
error
8.
from Mark Williams is not too costly. Can he win this safety exchange? Points all square. Needs cover. And he's just about got it. Another long pot for Mark. And he can play this with a bit of freedom. It's a natural angle to go around the back of the black. Pot it, be on a baulk colour. You'd be happy with that. Needs to stop short the baulk line. Needs to stop short of the baulk line. Oh, wow. Can he get through to the brown? Scratch of the head tells me no.
Well, it's hard to believe he could land there. Such a wonderful pot. Any other kiss on that green, and he would have been on the brown or possibly the yellow. So, decision time. Is he going to take on this blue? Very, very risky. He doesn't like turning down pots. May come back and have a look at this blue again. Big decision, John, isn't it? If he misses it, he'll leave his opponent right in amongst them. Could cost him the frame, but if he gets it, could be a frame winner.
Yeah, he's thinking about playing the blue. It's dangerous. If he misses it, it could cost him the frame. If he gets it, it could win it him. But I always feel when you give it a lot of thought like this, you didn't fancy it. If you get down immediately, then you're happy playing it. I mean, there's a case here, and he's going to play it now. Just leave your opponent hampered by the green.
Mark Williams 1.
That'll make life tough for Zhao Xintong. No better scene in snooker than the Crucible Theatre and a full house. Yeah, played it well. That yellow and brown have been there a while now. Nobody's been able to get in behind them. That would be a real telling safety shot. Don't think Mark can do it from here. So got to find that baulk cushion. Get that cue ball tight. But it needs to run. Not bad. But it needed another couple of rolls.
A little bit pacey. And he's left this red for Mark. Once again, going to have to rely on his long putting ability here. It's tough, and there's pressure on it.
Taking it on.
Oh, it was close. But he always knew if he missed it, he was going to leave a chance. And that constituted more pressure. Very good. Good starter.
8. 9. Very rough.
Well, that was an unintentional flick on the red, but
16.
it's still okay.
17. $23.
Well, he hasn't hit that the way he wanted. Wanted a hole for the pink into this bottom left corner pocket, or even into the left centre, and he sort of come up betwixt and between. Needs a good pot in this blue. Not a problem. Not a problem. There was evidence there, just the way he stroked it in. You know, there's no
28.
too much power, just beautifully cued.
Just on the bottom of your screen there, that's the toe in.
29.
And as he's played a poor positional shot, but Mark Williams still low, 85% pot success. Xiao Tong, 91%. That's where you want to be. But he's left his pink trickier than it should have been. And just wide. So his cue ball control let him down.
Xiao Tong, 29. One.
He just stopped in his tracks there. He wanted a nice angle on this black to disturb these two reds along this top cushion. I think the angle is there now. He may have to play for the red that's closest to the pink spot. But there's a chance that he didn't think he was going to get. And if you can take it and win this last frame of the session, it gives
8.
him great hope for tomorrow's next session.
9.
He hasn't played his best, but he's kept himself in there. He's battled hard. And once again, dead straight on the blue. How many times has that happened tonight?
Too many times. In all honesty, it's just the fractions, and he's just not getting good position. And why it's important now, seems the best ball to try and bring those two reds into play
40.
is off the black. I think he's got an angle on this red to play for the black, but he needs to be high on the black. Thinks he can reach it without using the rest. It's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, and he's normally pretty proficient with the rest. No problem. Now, what sort of an angle has he got? Has he got the angle?
15.
And he forced that cue ball into those two reds and just try and promote one towards this bottom right corner pocket.
Little shake of the head, he's not perfect. He's going to have to force the angle. Needs a bit of luck. Well, I suppose you'll have to settle for that. It's not ideal, but at least he's got a shot to go at.
22.
Once again, it's not the perfect angle on the black. He's going to need a... If he tries to get on the red, he's going to need a lot of left-hand side off the cushion. He could just pot the black. Knock the red up into the bulk area. Try and leave a snooker. That's what he's looking at. Is he going to try and get close to the red? Give himself a chance of a pot. Decisions.
It's a similar red that he missed in one of the earlier frames that cost him. I doubt very much whether he'll play for it. As I say, when they're just off the cushion, they're very missable. And as Ken said, just drop it in, play the snooker, and if he gets the snooker, he'll become a big, big favourite.
30.
Well, he needs the green to help him here.
Mark Williams, 30.
And it has done. No pot on. And Mark Williams has a 2-point advantage.
You won't be happy with it when he's on, though. He really should have been behind the black there with the cue ball. He could be in trouble when he comes back to the table. This is looking pretty good if they line up. And he's got the snooker. And that was a poor shot from Mark Williams. Could be costly. It was a straightforward snooker behind the black with the cue ball.
Got to get it safe, pure and simple. Got to get it safe. And he has. He'll settle for that. Zhao Xintong with the slight advantage in this vital safety exchange. But he could have played that better. He's not got the snooker. So a chance for Mark Williams to get the edge. Not quite.
Yeah, just almost. Now the problem Zhao Xintong has here, if he plays the cross the red, it could go close to the green pocket. He played it the other way. He's got to get that red safe, and he has done. Yeah, good return. And awkward cueing.
Yeah, I think he can just about get to the centre of the cue ball. But that pink is very off-putting. Well, maybe he can't. He's going to have to play it with a tracer left-hand side, and distance, not something you like to do, but the circumstance, I think he's got to play it. Well, he's looking to come cushion first. That, to me, is dangerous, because you could quite easily run the red into the black, and then the black would stay at the centre of the table.
Well, you could almost hear a pin drop here in the crucible now. Eerily quiet. Before a crescendo of noise if he pulls one off here. He's going to leave it. He's got distance, but the pot is on.
Yeah, but he couldn't have had a much better cue ball. He's in a tricky position. I tell you, when that cue ball's tight to the baulk cushion, there's nothing easy. Okay, he's missed it, he's not left it, but now a good chance for Mark. Good safety, come snooker, and he'd be a big favourite now for this final frame of the first day.
I'm just wondering, can he hide the red up in the bulk area here? No, he's gone for a back double. It's a clever shot, but always you take a chance. You don't know where the red's going to finish. And he's left his opponent a possible pot again. No. But this cue ball is running in behind the green. Yeah, he's been fortunate once again. He's got away with it a couple of times. A little bit of luck running his way.
It's always the way, though, in the game. You never get the run when you need it. Needs to hit it, needs to get it safe. Needs to get it safe. Well, there's a pot on. 2 points of difference. Red cover, and up to including the blue, he won't need the difficult pink. But another frame-winning chance. Not taken.
That one was a long way away. Now, can he find a pot here? Into the right centre or down to this bottom right corner pocket? Oh! It was close, but these middle pockets are so tight. Any touch on that jaw and it won't go in.
Yeah, I mean, in an ideal world, he'd like to have rolled it in, but because he was trying to hold for position on the green, he had to stun it. Just made that slightly bit more difficult. Does it cut? No. Yeah, good safety. There is an edge of this red sticking out. Oh, the green's come to his rescue. Well, the little bit of run of the ball's just turned there in Mark's favour. We were saying before, pop the red cover and up to including the blue. The same applies for Mark Williams, but the green's now a little bit awkward, but it's a chance.
One.
But it's yellow to green. I suppose the green is the perfect side of the table for a left-hander. And there's not much to do. If you got straight on the green, the brown's
6.
adjacent, so you won't have to play it with power. He's just got to try and get good position on this green. This is the shot. This is the shot round the back of it. Needs a bounce off the cushion.
8.
Another roll. It's unmissable.
Yeah, good pot and great positional shot. And this brown and blue required. It's a great finish, John. It was a frame he needed, as you said.
Yeah, I think he had to win this session this evening. OK, he's only going to reduce his arrears by 1. But what he's doing is sending a signal to Zhao Xintong. You're going to have to beat me, because I'm not going to give it you. So well played, Mark Williams. Not his best tonight, but boy, did he battle hard. Still got a mountain to climb, you think, tomorrow. But he's laid down a marker. I'm not going to give it you. You've got to win it. End of play. 11-6. I thought Mark Williams did extremely well last night to win that session, albeit only 5-4, so he only got 1 frame back. Needs to raise his game and hit this session running from the very start. A tremendous start for Zhao Xintong. And as you mentioned, Hazel, great to be joined in the commentary box with six-time champion of the world, Steve Davis. That's not the break-off that Mark was looking for.
No, he struggled to get a foothold in this match. Most consecutive frames he's won together, 2. Needs to put a bit more heat on his opponent. It's not easy. John, we were watching some different camera angles backstage.
6.
And Xintong looked so cool and calm.
Yeah, and he has done throughout the tournament. It's just the way he plays, the way he walks around the table.
7.
We couldn't avoid the kiss on the black. So this just makes this black a little trickier. More of an acute angle into the corner pocket. But put it away nicely. Yeah, I mean,
14.
pure and simply, he's a natural.
Yeah, he made that.
Just a wonderful atmosphere, as always, Sean.
Oh, goodness me, John, I've got goosebumps. If only the match was closer.
Keep quiet now, please.
Yeah, we'll be hearing that a lot every time that Zhao Xintong misses. There will be come on Mark, but there's nothing to come on to here, so just.
Thank you. Frame 30. Mark Williams to break.
Well, who would have thought